we have a lot of ground to cover. It's not often that the president of the country you reside in telephones you and says, would you please write a novel about Singapore? But such rare phenomena do happen to some unique people. What came out of that request from President Nathan of Singapore was the internationally acclaimed novel, A Different Sky, now known as the National Novel of Singapore, written by our distinguished author today, Dr. Meera Chand. I feel A Different Sky was Meera's crucible. It's a great honor to welcome you, dear Meera, friend and inspiration since 1997, when we first met. I remember on the steps of the Tanglin Club when I interviewed you, when you came to reside in Singapore. On behalf of the Bengal Club Library Subcommittee, the chair, Dr. Shondeep Chatterjee, the president of the Bengal Club, Mr. Ambarish Dasgupta, and the Bengal Club members, a very big debt of gratitude for making time for us, and a very warm welcome to you, Meera. And of course, to all of you great people across the ponds and puddles who've joined us today and almost every month for a year and more. Meera published Sacred Waters, the book for today's exploration, in 2018. Publishers for this book were Marshall Cavendish in Singapore. She has a PhD in creative writing from the University of Western Australia. The concept of sacred waters found seed in her doctoral work. Her thesis comprised a novel entitled Brave Sisters and an accompanying essay entitled A Study of Ambivalence and Change, Indian Woman, Warrior or Victim. Both novel and essay are linked by an exploration of the issues of feminism and the impact of colonialism and the nationalist uprisings that resisted British colonial rule in India. Meera is of Indian Swiss parentage, was born and educated in London, where she attended Putney High School. She studied art at St. Martin's School of Art and Design, taught art at an international school in Japan before turning to writing. 35 years in Japan. In 1962, she moved with her wonderful husband, Kumar, to Japan, living there until the early 1970s, when she left to spend 5 years in India. There she began writing short stories. On her return to Japan in 1976, she wrote her first novel, The Gossamer Fly, followed by 4 more novels set in Japan. Last Quadrant, Bonsai Tree, The Painted Cage, and a war novel, A Choice of Evils, which was my first encounter with her writing. A further 2 novels, House of the Sun and A Far Horizon, were both set in India. Then, on its publication, A Different Sky was a Book of the Month choice by Waterstones. It was included on popular US personality Oprah Winfrey's recommended reading list and was long listed for the International Impact Dublin Literary Award in 2012. Meera's novels spring from the encounters of different cultures in her life. And I've always felt, while writing my master's dissertation at the University of Toronto, which explored Meera's first novel, The Gossamer Fly, that her tellings are strongly undergirded by her lived experience as a multicultural person, straddling many worlds. Her novels explore overarching themes of identity, belonging, masculinist domination, and alienation. In Singapore, she's involved in many programs to promote literature and mentors young writers. She served for over a decade as an assessor and mentor in the National University of Singapore Center for the Arts Creative Writing Program. Meera has also served as the chair for the Commonwealth Writers' Prize for Southeast Asia and the South Pacific. In 2011, she received a special recognition award from the Ministry of Information, Communication and the Arts in Singapore. Now a Singaporean citizen, Mira has made her permanent home in the country, although UK remains a bastion for her. So let's dive right into the very interesting novel up for discussion today, after which we will hear our members, esteemed guests and scholars' responses to Sacred Waters. In between somewhere, Gurudash, if you're in attendance, maybe we can take a look at a couple of images that Mira has very kindly sent us that puts the INA Women's Wing, the Jhansi Regiment in perspective. So we'll do that after our chat. And then before the members come in and the guests, maybe we can just show the PowerPoint, a couple of images. Is that okay, Gurudash?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So Mira, you say that the nexus of history and fiction is an area much debated by historians and novelists. And if I remember from your many writings and conversations, you've argued persuasively in your published papers as well that historical novelists provide a unique means of entry into the past that tends to be inadequately acknowledged by formal historians. So in creating a distinctive texture of time and place and a kind of hypothesis of what might have been, historical fiction offers a way through narrative of accessing past memory and opening it up to the present. How so, Mira? How would you engage with that query?
Well, you know, historians deal with facts, but novelists deal, and fiction writers of all kinds deal with emotion and relationships. That's what literature is about. And, you know, I had great trouble with this actually when I was researching, because fiction, as I say, is all about the imagination, and you're dealing with people and their emotions and their relationships. And research for a historical novel research is all about facts. And I find this, and I found it with each of the historical novels I've written, but particularly so with A Different Sky, which was very broad canvas and detailed historical novel about the modern history of Singapore. The issue is that you get to a point where you have done your research and you have a whole pile of facts, and they're like a pile of bricks on the imagination. And the battle is to free the imagination from under this mound of researched facts and to find one's writer's voice. And that is not an easy thing to do. And I've experienced that dilemma and that battle with actually each of my historical novels.
Mira, I love that trope of the pile of bricks and how you build with that motley pile of bricks. And you've often said that a uniquely creative fusion of art and archive, to quote you, is the way you look at history is transformed into fiction in your hands. So you mined the oral history archives in Singapore to bring to life the sense of lived experience experience, such as witnessing female infanticide by one of its members. And I'm talking about Sita. Now, the prologue to Sacred Waters is extremely powerful, very complex. Some readers, such as myself, was blown away, and some readers might feel the prologue is too sensational. What was your intent in that very powerful prologue that you wrote?
Well, my inspiration for this book came from one of the photos I think I sent you of the very first Ranis who entered the regiment, Bosa's regiment. And they were all very simple women from mostly from the rubber estates of Malaysia. 20% of the regiment were educated women, 80% were illiterate women. And those women lived in tremendous disempowerment. And as you have said, this novel came originally from a PhD thesis examining the disempowerment of women generally in India. And this, above all, was what I wanted to put into place in this novel. And I thought, what place can I begin? What point can I be? I was searching for the most disempowered point for an Indian woman or any woman. What place can I begin? And it was that place of infanticide. So that's how I then started the novel. And when I began writing, and I wanted to explore this theme and expand it, I realized that I couldn't begin on those rubber estates with one of those women. I felt I needed to go back to source, to India, to that point of utter disempowerment, of infanticide, and then the next point of utter disempowerment to me was child marriage, and then widowhood, young widow. So I was searching for points of complete female disempowerment to precede what I then wanted to put into the novel, which was the journey towards empowerment of an illiterate woman.
Mira, we have those pictures which we will share with everyone here after our conversation. So thank you for that. There's also, as you speak about the widows of Vrindavan, there is some luminous intertextuality in this novel. I know perhaps our responder, the master's scholar who's very interested in feminist readings, will be talking about, the Beloved, the novel Beloved. But I would like to ask you, did you view Deepa Mehta's Water? That comes to mind, and I think your character in the ashram, a character like Billy, for instance, is so real and is so lovable. How did you fashion these strong women characters?
Yes, I did see Water, and I saw many other films. I read many memoirs, accounts, whatever I had to read. I read as much as I could find. So these characters came from a multi-dimensional source. Are you there, Julie? Can you hear me?
Mira, we lost you for, I think, about 20 seconds. Will you just repeat that? after you said you saw a lot of films and other material.
Yes, I said that these characters and these scenes came from a multi-dimensional kind of source. And you know what happens is that you absorb all these things and then they kind of cook together and they come out in their own kind of way.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you always say that you live in the skin of your protagonist, and often you become the person. And I think for Sita in the Indian National Army, um, she hears Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose speak at the Padang on his arrival in Singapore in July 43, I think.
Yes.
So Bose's charisma and his words, his powerful response. I remember seeing some of that Netaji in Choice of Evils, and I was really spellbound. Did the research for that book punctuate your writing about the Netaji connection here too? Because it's one of the parts which is quite important, if not central, because the story is about Sita. But Bose's charisma and his philosophy, I think, awakened Sita in some way, right?
Yes, I mean, I did begin my relationship with Netaji in
Yes.
Choice of Evils.
Yes.
And very fascinated by his character, his role, his charisma. And so I already had that groundwork done. But I think in A Choice of Evils, there was no mention of the Rani of Jhansi regiment. I can't remember. But I didn't, if there was, I didn't dwell on it. I think there was something, but I didn't dwell on it very much.
Right.
So,
Right.
so, you know, Sacred Waters was a revisiting in a much more intense way.
Yeah, and that's what brings me to the other fascinating part of, making the stage come to the page. So tell us about your research, because a lot of the respondents today felt that your research was meticulous when it came to Netaji and the stories, especially how you mined the oral histories of the Rani Jhansi regiment, which you examined so diligently in Singapore. And maybe you can talk a little bit about what the British Museum has by way of that material.
Well, actually, the British Museum has a lot, but sadly, I would say 99.9% of what one comes up against with research on the Rani of Jhansi regiment, that it is all about the men of the INA.
Yeah.
And the paupacy of material to do with the Rani of Jhansi regiment is very distressing when you come to try and unearth it as a researcher, or for me as a novelist. But the reason for this is that so few of the women in the regiment were educated women. And from amongst those educated women, only 2 or 3 of them actually, I mean, Captain Lakshmi, of course, wrote her memoir, but the rest of the regiment were all uneducated women. So they didn't write their memoirs or analyze anything. So there is this tremendous paupacy of material to do with the Rani of Jhansi regiment. So, that was a major difficulty, actually. I would have loved to have had very much more. So I had to make the most of the little I had. I did also even to do interviews was difficult because these women were all already in their 80s.
Yeah.
Most of them had died off.
Yeah.
I did interview 4 of them. I found here in Singapore, one in India at the, I think when we were together in Hyderabad.
Yes.
One of the people at the conference we were at, Julie, I think it was that conference you were there too.
Yes.
Her aunt had been a Rani, and so she took me home with her and I interviewed her aunt then and there. I was going to go to interview Captain Lakshmi, but I didn't then go because she fell ill and the interview was cancelled. But I then had to make do with seeing a video interviews with her. So that was a major difficulty in the research. Nevertheless, you know, I found my way around it.
Yes, yes. Meera, what is what is on point is the fact that someone like Muni would not be able to keep a diary. She was totally unlettered. So
well, this is
most of the women.
Yeah, they were illiterate women, and when they came into the army, they were given some very basic education, but it wouldn't have been enough for them to start writing a journal or anything.
Yeah, yeah. So many of your readers are interested in your writing process. That curiosity never leaves the reader. So I know, for instance, when you wrote your first novel, The Gossamer Fly, and we had, I think, 100 conversations on that book years ago, and I still remember you saying, and I quote, the book pretty much wrote itself. I mean,
yeah,
you really don't know where the muse hit you. It was as if it was dictated to you. And then recently you told me, then it was full stop. And when the full stop came, you said, okay, that's the end. And I still think that's one of the best books on Japanese culture I've ever read about the feminist aspects that you explored. Has that happened again, Meera? I'm very curious. Or do you labor on the story at hand and more about the way you write, the process? Do the characters come to life as you write? Do you sketch them beforehand? What is your writing schedule? Stuff like that.
Well, The Gossamer Fly was a very special book in that, as you said, I always feel it wrote itself. One day a sentence came into my head and it buzzed around and wouldn't go away. And so I just sat down and wrote it out to get rid of it. And it was followed by another sentence and another sentence. And then I had a page, I had a chapter, and that's how I wrote that book. Every morning I sat down and I took dictation, as it were. I wish that I had that experience again, but not. And then I had to learn my craft, and it was all hard work. But it's so difficult for a writer to explain the writing process. It's a process of great magic and mystery. And honestly, I don't know where it comes from. I just don't know. To me, many people see scenes or etc. I see people. My characters come to me first. And then after my characters appear, slowly the story will begin to come.
Yes. Meera, I remember you telling me that you have learned to discipline yourself. And do you put away some hours in the day? Do you do it in the morning, wake up and go straight to your desk? And do you still write by hand or do you use the computer?
No, I wrote 4 books by hand. And then I did teach myself to type on an old electric typewriter, but
Okay.
it was a very laborious process. And then I think it was with book 4, I thought, and somebody said, why on earth don't you get an assistant to type all this up? So I thought that was quite a good idea. So then I found somebody who was an expat wife in Kobe, where I was then living. And she typed up my 4th novel, and I would get these chapter drafts back from her, and it was the most beautiful typing I'd ever seen in my life. I'd never seen anything so pristine as this typing. And then suddenly she told me that her husband was being transferred to another. They were moving from Japan. He was being given another posting. And so I was absolutely devastated. And then I found that she had actually been typing this up on a computer. Now, this I'm talking about decades ago.
Yeah.
When hardly anybody used a computer. And she said, well, you just have to learn to go onto a computer. So I am a very untechnical person, and this it's terrible to hear. Anyway, she had an Apple clone,
Yes.
that her husband had brought for her in Taiwan. And my husband was then on business in Taiwan. So I called him immediately and I said, you have to get me this Apple clone computer. So very kindly he did this. He brought it back to Japan to me. But then we had to use a program called WordStar that was horrendously difficult. And I simply couldn't do it. And so then I found a young woman who could do it, and she began to type up on. So I would write, I would type, and then I'd give it to her to put it onto the computer. And then somebody said to me, for God's sake, why don't you just get a Mac? And this was when Macs were little tiny boxes with a tiny little screen. But I did, and they had a teach yourself disc. And I put that in, and I have never looked back since.
Wonderful.
So I never went back to handwriting novels.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
God bless my Mac. And to this day, I won't use anything but a Mac.
Right, right. Mira, I want us to come back to Sacred Waters. I think one of the things that strikes one is Sita, you can see, is, someone who was created with no glitches, no hiccups, and you went straight into her. What happened with Amita was slightly different. Could you just tell us very briefly how you conceptualized Amita's existence? It was so inventive.
Well, in the original thesis novel,
innovative, the connection between Sita and Amita. Yeah.
As I said, the original thesis novel did not have Amita in it. It was just Sita's life.
Right.
But when I began this thesis, I was, very, very pleased with myself. I thought, I'm writing a novel for academic purpose. I will get my degree, and then I'll have a book for publication. But little did I realize that academic fiction writing is very different from ordinary fiction writing, because you're always pulling out points to prove the whole time. And when I finally had my degree and this novel was complete, and I then gave it to my agent for publication, she took one look at it and she said, I can't publish this. And she said, break it into a couple of short stories, long short stories, or do something like that with it. And I was heartbroken because I'd given several years to this thesis. So I then knew that if I wanted to publish it, I would have to completely rewrite it, which I then began to do. And I also realized that for many young women reading today, it will be a story that was lost in the past, and that I needed to have two timelines, one in the present and one in the past, which is how Amita came into being. And honestly, it's very difficult to clearly analyze all this, because so much is instinctive and intuitive. And once I decided that I needed Amita there in the modern day, and since this was an academic thesis, I thought, why not make her an academic, which is as far removed from poor old Sita as could possibly be. And that also, you know, I thought would one could be played off against the other. And gradually she took shape. And yeah, I mean, a lot of the time, I'm afraid I can't even tell you how these things are done. I'm following my nose and my intuition.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. And we've got Mr. Shumit Ray here. Shumit, can we put on the PowerPoint, please? He's very kind to step in because Gurudash had to go.
Okay.
Shumit, are you here?
Yeah, I'm there, but yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Now, just a couple of images. So the next one, please. So the writer's ability to enter other skins is what, Meera, you talk about. Look at that body of work, Meera.
Yeah.
9 novels. I mean, stupendous, stupendous. And I must say, I still feel the Gossamer Fly did something to me that it was life-changing in some ways through the eyes of a young woman, Natsuko. So it was always women who conjured up images in your imagination. Would that be right, Meera?
I suppose so. I don't really know. I mean, A Choice of Evils has plenty of men in it. A Far Horizon also. A Different Sky has prominent male characters.
Choice of Evils as well, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. So next one, please. So I think I was very struck, Meera, by your comment that historical fiction is a form of literary archaeology. So these were the pictures you were talking about. Would you care to just very briefly comment on them?
Yes, the first picture with the young woman in the white sari saluting, this was the first gathering together of the Rani of Jhansi regiment, just days after it was formed by Subhash Chandra Bose. These were the very first recruits. And they didn't even have a uniform yet, although actually when Subhash Chandra Bose fled India and he fled to Germany, and then from Germany, Hitler sent him to Japan at the request of the Japanese on a submarine, as you will probably all know. He actually designed the uniform for the Ranis during that submarine voyage. but they hadn't yet been, it hadn't got their uniforms yet. So they're all in white saris. And this was a salute to both. And it was this picture that actually inspired me to write Sacred Waters, the faces of these young women, knowing nothing of war or violence or killing. They stand there with their guns, about to be transformed. And then the other picture of the three in their uniforms, learning to handle guns, which was they were big, heavy guns, and it was a very, very traumatic for them. And I remember during interviews, these women that I interviewed telling me, you know, about these training courses and the handling of guns and how they had to learn to throw grenades and crawl on their bellies, and for, you know, guerrilla warfare they were taught. So this was the image that really inspired me, those innocent faces. And as you can see, basically, just even if they weren't illiterate, these particular women, but very disempowered, very traditional women, about to have their lives completely changed.
Yeah, these pictures really do speak 1,000 words. Shumit, I think the last slide. Thanks, Shumit. So the Indian National Army was headquartered in Singapore. And what I think is very interesting for us, Meera, is your characters, Muni and Sita, you show them, you don't tell us, but you show them to have to come back to a life with egregious husbands, with masculinist domination, with torture, and being sites of pleasure. Their bodies become sites of pleasure, whether it is for the British sahibs in the plantations or the Indian tehsildars or by their husbands. So I think that tragedy is also very well explored and made evident to the reader, Meera. So Meera, if there is nothing else right now from you and I, then maybe we can open it up for the participants. Do you think that would be fine?
Yes, absolutely.
It is such an honor to have a writer listen in for us.
Julie, can we switch off the presentation then? No,
Yes, thank you.
You don't
so
need
much.
it. You're
No,
welcome.
Thank you, Shani. Okay, so we have our members first in the book club, and then we have our esteemed guests. So we start with Professor Dr. Choitali Moitro. Choitali, go for it. I'm the bad cop as always tonight. So 3 minutes, please, because we have a lot of voices we want to hear. Enjoy yourselves. Choitali, go for it. Choitali, are you there?
Choitali, unmute yourself.
Thanks, Paramita. Okay, maybe we come back to her. Paramita?
Yes.
Would you? Okay, she's right there. Lovely. Yes, go for it.
Okay. Okay. First of all, a big thank you and good evening, Dr. Meera Chand. My regards to you. I was absolutely awed after reading this novel, and I'm still chewing it. That is the feeling I had. And among the other points, I would like to sort of dote or pinpoint the fact that I thought this novel is a novel of mother lines, reminding me of the novels of Toni Morrison at certain points and many others, but particularly to come here, I felt that the role playing that a woman has to do, she has to be subjected to in whatever she is doing, when her body suffers insults of different kinds, and yet she keeps on journeying. That is one form of impetus that the character of Sita shows. And the way she develops, the way she comes into the novel. Just now, Julie and you had been talking about the prologue. I feel like saying that the constant shouts of Amma beginning the novel is actually, every scream gives her the power to suffer, which is quite nuclear to her existence. I also felt that, contrasting to this, the exact words used by you, as you have explained just now, the tight-lipped frustrations, quote unquote, of Amita, that contrasted and silhouetted against the being of Sita is also reinforcing the mother instinct. And keeping in mind the comfort shelves that you have created with characters like, say, Dr. Sen, Prerna, even at certain points, Billy, they all reinforce the mother self of Sita. And let me just please read one single line which has been clinging to my mind. And this line is, I quote, "Life was being lived at each moment, and she was in a state of constant becoming." I think this is probably the best tribute you can give to Sita. And this takes her not just out of the wonderful research work that you have brought into the imaginative canvas of this novel, but it also shows that not the writers, not the researchers, but the artist's identification of truth, which I can see in you as you have been talking to us, Dr. Chand, that you are answering every question, but you are actually in your zone of imagination and realization, should I say. That, and finally, the idea of activity and journey was very impressive, because that, I think, is quite pro to the Indian thinking axis of Shankho. Shankho also reinforces the idea of activity and journey. So
Yep.
all this taken together, it is the impartial energy level of the female, of the earth principle, the mother principle, which keeps illuminating the novel and sort of helps the reader sustain itself. I don't know for how long. I'll always remember this book. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for saying that, really. And I think we are all forever in a state of becoming. We never
Yes.
end that state of becoming.
Yes.
So that is actually sums up the characters in this book very well. They are all on their journeys of becoming.
Journeys are all internal as well as external. Thank you, Choitali, as always on point. Dr. Paramita Mukherjee Malik, who is a poet and a scientist, how would you respond to Dr. Chand's novel?
Firstly, we are all so glad that Dr. Chand is with us, the author. So we are really, it's like like magic. So, and Julie, these questions were also very, very, very igniting, very, very to the point. And so what I loved about this novel was it's an unputdownable novel where you're just glued to the pages, and it's a saga of hope and strength. It's a total saga of hope and strength. And like Julie Dee was always with me when I say, I just love hope and happiness. So, you know, when they say that Sita, they tell Sita, you are nothing. So this book traces out that from a nothing, a woman becomes everything. So that's a beautiful saga of hope and happiness. And secondly, when Dr. Chand, you were talking about Amita, you bring the character Amita. I think, again, she completes this everything aspect of the book, because Sita was always told that you are nothing without a husband, without a brother, without a son. You are nothing. And here comes Amita, who has no husband, no son. She's not married, and she is looking after her mother. So I think that just completes the everythingness in this novel. It was an amazing novel, and it's absolutely a very happy novel, a very full of hope and happiness and empowerment. So I just loved the novel. It was wonderful, Dr. Chan.
I'm very happy that you enjoyed it. And it's lovely to hear you say that.
So Mira, the last line of your novel is, "We will go back to the river together," she repeated. And a surge of joy rushed through her. Amita. Paramita, as always, I call you my queen of positivity. So you've seen the light at the end of the tunnel, a long tunnel, dark tunnel. But yes, absolutely true, Mira. You still ignite us with hope. So Harish, if you're here, would you like to respond to the novel? Harish, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. So
please go ahead. 3 minutes, please. 3 minutes.
Yeah. Sacred Waters, to my mind, is a phenomenal work because to my mind, it ticks 3 very important historical boxes. The first of them being that in the year 2021, it makes us think again of the closeness between neighboring countries. So you have India on the one hand, and then you have the action taking place in Singapore. So I think as a work of historical fiction, it performs admirably as a vehicle to meld 2 societies, neighboring Asian countries together. That's the first thing. The second thing is that the use of women as military power by Subhash Bose, as Mira's book brings out, is probably happening at the same time as Mao Zedong was liberating women from the shackles of bourgeois patriarchy across in China, setting up in China a women's army as well, and to be emulated further south by Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam in the 50s and the 60s rather, when the American escalation of military power really escalated, was Ho Chi Minh's creation of the long-haired army, which again is the use of women in military situations. So I thought this is very, very relevant, especially as a work of historical fiction, because it would make the student of history think of these various long-haired armies that exist across geographies in South and Southeast Asia. And my final point is about the little people that you have brought to life, because in the meta history written by historians who cover with a broad brush events and the versions of the great men and the big men of history, they often ignore both women as well as the little ordinary people, which fiction does bring to life. The little people who are ignored by the broad brush of history are brought to life again in Mira's book so wonderfully in the living characters of these women who are sometimes illiterate, but always up for a good fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Thank you.
Thank you, Harish, for the historical perspective. Anju, are you around, Anju Munshi?
I'm right here.
Wonderful. Go for it, Anju.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Julie Banerjee, for giving us this opportunity of reading such a fabulous book, and my multi-million thanks to the author for having, conceived and created this great work of writing, which worked like, it was an interplay of powerful emotions that got released. And believe me, my one hand held the other hand to, like sustain and contain the emotions that we were going through while reading the book. A wonderful experience. Love the book. It's basically a story of self preservation, a journey within oneself, exploring oneself. While Sita was pitted against the patriarchal forces, Amita, her daughter, was self willed and very independent, and she made her own choices. But somewhere there is a dominant ideology in both the cases of patriarchy, and I found that is what prevails in the book all through. Men predominate as moral creatures, and when it comes to social privileges, they set themselves aside from the women, and then they become a different gender altogether in all ways. I also found that there are two kinds of patriarchy. One is more definitive and more well spelled, wherein you know your role in your family and in your society. The other form of patriarchy is more silent, and it probably gives in as a woman being nothing. I think which we've all read many times in the book, nothing, nothing, nothing. It gives a message that a woman is inferior and truly nothing, highlighting a self-sacrificing and a never demanding person who gives up everything for the interest of her male colleague, her husband, her brother, or her father. There is another facet of this patriarchy, which does not train the woman to challenge anything. So whatever she gets in her plate, whatever she gets in her life, is supposed to be taken up very happily without fighting for any kind of rights or privileges, or even being able to say that this is not right, or this is not up to my level of integrity. So whether she gets subordinated or exploited at any level, she is not going to challenge. I think I could sense this toxic masculinity in the book. And here, a man's sense of self-worth and self-image depends upon how many women he controls and how effectively he controls a woman. In fact, the protection and the chastity of a woman decides how masculine and how successful a man he is. And whether his honor and masculinity is proved the moment he is able to protect a woman and her chastity, whether it's a brother or a husband or a friend or a father. So to me, the war was like a war against all these malpractices, all these, acts of crime in a way, where the rifles are taken up, where there is violence and there is a kind of a resonance in the air of, rebellion and of fight and of injustice. Here, a woman tries to get assertive and to know herself and her strength, and the war is against a wrong of an uncanny dimension, unimaginable magnitude, and also a gender. For with and the woman here has been called a nothing, nothing, and just nothing, and also a living dead. So whether she gets married at the age of 25, 35, or 30, and she loses her husband, she becomes a living dead. I think that was a very powerful message, and uh, not a message actually, that was a very powerful symbol which the book carried. And that is something which stays with you and it sits with you and it stays back with you when you finish the book. And by the end of it, you actually feel a little purified. Thank you once again to the author and to Dr. Julie Banerjee for, arranging it and for making us go through a book as fabulous as The Sacred Waters.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anju. Heartfelt, as always. Anushuya, are you there, dear?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Julie. Thank you for bringing me into the sharing of this book. And thank you, Dr. Chan, for writing such a wonderful book, which all of us have taken pages out of, and we can find similarities in our environment from stories that come out from here. Like Anju just mentioned, the canvas is, the background is patriarchy. And that patriarchy is a constant, whether it is Singapore, whether it's India. And I think now we know patriarchy exists around the world, and women are having to make their presence felt in spite of it. And it's a harder journey as it is. Now, in this entire patriarchy is the story of the mother-daughter relationship, which I felt was like very, very strongly coming through, considering the fact that Sita's upbringing and her nurturing was so compromised with the presence of her father, who never wanted her. As we know from Dev's recollection to Amrita, of how when she was born, her father didn't even allow her mother to bring the baby in, and she would have been destined to be being eaten up by dogs. But for the fact that Dev and his grandmother insisted so much that they bring mother and daughter back into the home. And the only reference that we find to any kind of cherishment or nurturing or love that Sita would have experienced at all was in the way her mother shielded her when she requested her father that she wants to go to school, and then she gets this pounding from her father, and how her mother saves her. And in some way, both mother and daughter at that time realize that they feel that, you know, their biggest crime in life is to be born a woman. And thereafter, we see the growth of Sita along the way. And while we are reading the book, we are not aware of the fact that Amita is not her daughter. But in her own manner, she has overcome the lack of learning of how to cherish and nurture a child. And she has nurtured and brought this girl up in a way which is extraordinary, given the fact that she has herself not had any privileges. So to have taken such a big decision to adopt someone's child and not feel the need to take a man's permission in those circumstances. I mean, she was well dispensed of her husband when she came back from the war, and at least didn't have to experience the trauma that Muni went through when she came back from the war. And while in many ways Netaji gave them the voice to think for themselves and chart out a life for themselves, in the way they didn't win the war, also did them in. So again, we explore the mother-daughter relationship when it comes later, and the way the author has used dreams. I thought that was very, very significant on the way each time there was an upheaval in the life of either Sita or Amrita, there was a precedent of a dream, which was very significant to the past they were going through at that phase in their lives. And the similarity of I mean, I'm using the word karma, but of Sita's mother losing her child, Sita herself losing her child, and Sita's daughter losing her child, and the redemption of all of that taking place with Sita taking the decision to bring Muni's child into hers and being a mother to her. It was almost like, you know, she was determined to beat her destiny to not be a mother by just taking hold of Amita's and raising her the way she would want to raise her own child. So I felt that was an extraordinary feat accomplished by Sita, given her circumstances, and the blindness of Amita to the greatness that was existing in front of her through her childhood, and minimizing her mother's accomplishments by being embarrassed by her, simply because her mother was protecting her from the reality that she was adopted. And that pain, which was kind of narrated but not quite narrated, was very significantly felt by the reader, the mother's pain in the silences, and the strength that she brought to her daughter when her daughter miscarried her child. I mean, the understanding of a pain which Amita dismissed that her mother would ever have. No, she dismissed her mother's capacity for empathy. And the surge with which her mother's empathy came forth just helped to resurrect Amita with all the shocking revelations of her father not being her father and all of it. So yes, I thought that the subtext of the story told a huge story about the mother-daughter relationship and the conflict that often remains between mother and daughter, unexplained unforgivenesses and injustices that they may or may not have been. And that came out very nicely, I thought, in the story. So there was a lot of work, I think, the author put into exploring that emotion as well, apart from the patriarchy and the war background and all of that.
So thank you, Anusuya.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Meera, what do you think? That's another new dimension.
I was just thinking, now I know why we need academics in the world. Because I'm learning a lot about my own book. I can't tell you from the writer's point of view, because although I have a degree, I'm not an academic, either in a practicing way or by nature. I can't stress enough, especially for myself, how intuitively I write. I don't plan a lot, and the book happens, and it happens from some deep inner place, and it's intuitive. So I don't even know I'm doing these things. So it's most enlightening to hear these analyses. And I thank you all very much.
Thank you, Meera. Vivek, you're up next, eagerly awaiting your response.
Right. Thank you, Julie. And as I said, thank you, Meera, for giving us a very enjoyable read. And you know, in the course of the conversation preceding this discussion, it answers some of the questions that I had in my mind and which I had actually spent a couple of minutes talking to Julie about a couple of days ago. So I'll just tell you what the various things that I thought over. As you have, I think you have written there, an orphan, a wife, a widow, a mother. What is the true value of a woman? So from the prologue, we were immersed in the river of life of the central character. Sita is the backbone of the story. And the other characters are almost peripheral, existing as counterpoints to her. And what you said was that you wrote the book in two parts, really. One was a doctoral thesis, and then to put it together as a readable book, which a publisher was willing to print for you. So I understand now why I thought there was a disconnect with the other characters as far as Sita was concerned, the other women also, and particularly Amita, because it seemed to me when I was reading it that there was something there, but I understood it when we got to the end. So one of the things I liked very much is the imagery which you used, which is very arresting and mirrors Sita's thoughts and feelings as she grows from childhood to adulthood and into old age. Starting with that almost shocking image of Sita watching her sister float away, held briefly upon the rippling surface of the river before she sank slowly from sight, eyes open, a startled expression on her small face, uttering no cry of protest. And it is the use of imagery that animates the pain of her loss. Again, right in that beginning, in the distance, the sky cracked open upon the dying sun, golden, crimson, and purple. And near the village, the silhouette of a dead tree, struck by lightning long before, stood against the burning sky like a gnarled hand pushing up from the earth. So almost a commentary on what had gone before. And we are launched into the story of the woman who has no control over the forces that will shape her reality, even as the narrative shifts in time and across generations. So many people have already said, you are nothing now, nothing. Her mother-in-law screamed as they led her away into the night. We are nothing, Billy had insisted as they begged for alms. You women are nothing, the Japanese had laughed. You were nothing until I married you, Shiva told her. So she shrank from the impatience in her daughter's voice, agitatedly smoothing the folds of her sari across her knee. Nothing. Her life had been shaped by that word. And it is in the central section of the book that Sita comes of age when she decides for herself, without consulting Shiva, that she will enlist in the Rani of Jhansi regiment. Meera uses the actual events of the training of the women with great effect to portray her coming into her own. They did not know the shame associated with exposing their limbs in the way Sita had felt that first day in the Basa camp. They did not know the shame she had felt at being a woman. Netaji's entry into the story comes through as a charismatic leader, and that he was. And this is seen in the adoration of the young women, mostly uneducated children of indentured plantation workers, who join up to fight for freedom. We were all in love with him. He was our Krishna. We were his gopis. Her voice was low and full. In the regiment, we all liked the freedom trousers gave us. In those clothes, we walked like men. Sita gave a slight smile, moving her shoulders in an imitation of a masculine swagger, remembering the pleasure of striding about. In the past, I've viewed the history of the INA with a certain amount of ambivalence, although there's an actual connection with my own family. Two of my mother's brothers fought in the Burma campaign. The elder brother was captured by the Japanese early in the offensive in Malaya and later chose to join the INA, I understand, to protect the troops under his command who were being very badly treated as POWs. He eventually surrendered to Allied forces when the Japanese retreated from Burma after the defeat in Imphal. He was among the officers who was tried for treason in the Red Fort after the war. His younger brother, on the other hand, also served in Burma and was the first Indian officer to command a brigade in war and went on to become Chief of Army Staff in the late 50s. For many of the Indian soldiers who served in the British Indian Army, there was disdain for their compatriots who had forsaken their oath to join the INA. Paradoxically, when the Japanese offensive foundered, even the Japanese regulars turned against the INA, accusing them of treachery in Imphal. This is conveyed in Netaji's unease at sending his Ranis into battle when he knew that no mercy would be shown to them from the protagonists from either side, Allies, Japanese, or from the guerrillas on the ground. His decision to accompany them on foot in the retreat is a historical fact. So the twist at the end was satisfying as a finish to the book. It took me by surprise, even as I was wondering how Meera would deal with Sita giving birth to Amita after the death of Shiva. And I have to say that I've looked through some historical records, and there is no real writing that I could find of the Rani of Jhansi actually going into battle. You mentioned a small scene where it did happen, but I actually couldn't find anything, and you've done a lot more research. But thank you very much. It's a really interesting book to read, and I enjoyed it from start to finish.
Can I just reply to your comment just now that they didn't go into battle? They didn't actually, but when I was researching, I came across this diary that was at that time. It was all very nebulous, whether they had gone into battle or they hadn't gone into battle. And there was this diary, I've forgotten the title now, but it was a diary written by one of the Ranis, or was supposed to be written by one of the Ranis. And so I took, and they had written this letter in blood, and they had gone to Netaji, and they had asked to go into battle. And there was this rumor that a very small group had been allowed to go to the front. And this diary kind of confirmed that. So I put this in the book, although I was very uncertain, and historically it seemed very uncertain whether this had actually happened or not. And then after I'd finished the book, there then seemed to be, I don't know whether more research had been done or what, but then it appeared that this diary that everybody thought was a true diary had actually been written by a male correspondent of a newspaper in India at the time, just after the war, 46 or 47. And it had been marketed and it had always been thought to be true. And then, as I say, later, after I put this in the book, I found that it was actually a fabrication. But it's still unknown whether or not just a small group did go to the front or not. It's still, so I felt it was so, there was this uncertainty, I felt I could take poetic license and use it, and it furthered my my needs in talking about these women and presenting disempowerment and power, you know, that kind of thing.
You did take creative license, Meera, and you have every right to do that because you were writing fiction. Vivek, thanks for shedding light, and you know, it's always nice to see how information can be juxtaposed and layered and textured, and this fact that Meera threw light on about possibly a male journalist, a reporter who, you know, added his own trimmings to it.
That was quite amazing, actually.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So let's move on and see Olivia Carr, one of our youngest members of the Bengal Club. Olivia, if you're there, would love to hear your point of view.
Yes. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Julie Banerjee, for introducing this book to us. And thank you, Dr. Chand. It's an honor to meet you. And this has been a very impactful novel, a novel that I see myself reading at least a few more times. So this novel for me was a portrayal of a story of two women intertwined with historical events and social structures and their interpretations. It also explores the different phases of Sita's life as a daughter, as an orphan, a wife, a widow, a mother, and then also a friend and a soldier. And this book also beautifully, it's very beautifully written and reveals the different layers of Sita and Amita's character. The book also very gracefully portrays the complexities of a mother and daughter relationship. This can sort of be seen with Sita's memories and interactions with her mother, and also with Sita and her relationship with Amita. The book starts off with a very compelling and powerful event where Sita witnesses her mother drowning her newly born sister. The author writes that Sita sees her mother's body flat and flat beneath the sari, emptied of its burden. But to me, it seems like, you know, an emotional burden sort of went on Sita, and this is a burden that she carries with her throughout the rest of her life. And again, this is also something that comes full circle with how the novel ends, you know, Amita losing her baby, her child, albeit under very different circumstances. The book continues to touch upon several social injustices on women, be it child marriage, the treatment of widows and widow houses, infanticide of female babies, and in the more contemporary world, it's also seen with Amita's character, you know, being an unmarried woman or her choice to be a single mother. This book also got me very curious about the INA and the Azad Hind Fauj, something I was not very familiar with. So I definitely plan on doing some research and some reading on this part of our history. The author has taken a piece of history and woven it really well with very powerful characters, making it a captivating and an enthralling story. This was a page turner for me. I couldn't put the book down and thoroughly enjoyed reading it. So thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you so much, Olivia. So we come to see how you can come at a novel from so many different perspectives. This is so enriching. Is Anuradha Ghosh around? Are you here, Anuradha? Okay, we'll come back and see if she's here. Sangeeta Kichlu, take it away. I hope you're here. So neither Sangeeta nor Anu. That leaves our guest speakers so much more time. Let's start with Raka Mukherjee, who is a master's, just finished a master's, is university record holder and is an avid feminist. Raka, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Firstly, I would like to thank Dr. Mehta for allowing me to speak today, because especially it's very special for us because we have Dr. Chand with us. And the idea of the female infanticide is what pulled me to read the book and what I was attracted to. So today I'm essentially going to speak about certain intertextual references that I could connect to the book, and also how we easily decide upon the fact that the mothers are choosing to kill their kill the girl child, and why are they choosing it? I would like to look into that factor a bit. I will slay the children I have born. We find the media in Euripides say this, and we judge her and categorize her as a destructive mother. But let's take a look at the prologue and an image in Sacred Waters. Near the village, the silhouette of a dead tree struck by lightning long before stood against the burning sky like a gnarled hand pushing up from the earth. Sita paused for a moment before the image, seeing it anew, then hurried after her mother. So in the prologue, when we look at this image, we think of why the author chose the dead tree struck by lightning and the gnarled hand pushing up from the earth. Is it a cry for help? We think about the fact, why is the mother choosing to drown the baby into the water other than letting her live? Because would life be better than death? We see that in the prologue, there's a line that the baby will take care of her. The baby will protect her. So the goddess that is the force of the water, is it perhaps an emulation of the comfort that the baby or the fetus finds in the womb of the mother? Because the world out there is dangerous. If not the mother, what is the society? What is the father? What is the innate patriarchal idea that a girl child is a bad omen? That is what made me connected to Toni Morrison's novel Beloved, where we see Seth, who is a slave woman, and she has to kill her own baby with her own hands because she does not want her baby, her girl child, to face all the physical, the mental, and the degeneration, the dehumanization that the girl child faces, especially a slave woman. Also, in one of the stories of Somerset Maugham called The Unconquered, we see the character of Annette. Here, Annette is raped as a war crime, and she gets pregnant as a result. So the idea that she has to drown her baby in order to take revenge from the perpetrator, from her rapist, is the idea that she does not want to nurture or suckle or bring up a child which is a result of forced violation of her body, of her character, of her image. However, if we look at the contrast of the character of Amita in this book, we find that the idea that the ultrasound, the beating heart, and her initial decision to terminate the baby is changed because she knows that she has no man that she has to answer to. She has this ownership of the baby. And if I bring a bit of literary theory here, I would mention the book Speculum of the Other Woman by Luce Irigaray, where she speaks and says that a baby that a woman is giving birth to is the gift of the seed that is planted in her by the man, and she's returning the favor, returning the gift, the image of the man back to the man. But here, Amita she takes ownership of her baby, she takes care of her mother, and at the end of the book, we see that although she is not made at the image of her mother, there is this sense of, as I keep on repeating the word, ownership and of protecting her baby against all odds. And the idea that, we return to water. I would like to take an example from the Indian mythology. We all know that the birth of Krishna, Devi Durga had replaced Krishna's place when King Kamsa had thrown the baby and Durga had appeared and said that the one who is going to kill you, who is going to avenge all the crimes you have done, is growing up somewhere else. But we do not ask what happened to the girl child, who was one of the avatars of Devi Durga. So it is always the girl child who is up for consumption, girl child who is up for, I would say, for infanticide. And this is why I would like to say that the two characters, Sita, what she experiences in the prologue, and Amita, and how she decides to, get into the water. If I may read a bit of the last line of the prologue, it's mentioned that the bond of blood may not, not the prologue, the end of the book. The bond of blood may not hold them together. Amita was not made in Sita's image, but she had grown up within the rhythm of her spirit and found her reflection mirrored within herself. This brings me to the argument that Dr. Mehta had mentioned in her dissertation, Unchaste Goddesses, where she mentioned an intertextuality with River Sutra, where she had said that Irigaray, in her exposition of Plotinus's sixth tractate of the Enneads, had said that the impassivity of the unembodied, which he had entitled Un Mer Dikesh, in Speculum of the Other Woman. The title deploys the French homonyms mer, which is sea, and mère, which is mother, as well as glace, which could mean both ice and mirror. The title, therefore, has embedded in its very nomenclature an oxymoron, the fluidity of water and the immovability of ice. Mère crucially represents the fluid feminine and registers its transformability from water to ice and vice versa. So here, I think the power of the baby that we see at the end of the book and the reflection of the mother that mirrors from Sita to the image of Amita and her daughter is what brings us to the question that any decision taken by the mother, either to abort her child or the circumstances that pushes her to consider killing that child, and finally to accept the child and without a man defining her or claiming ownership of her, is the question of the times they're born in, the situations they're facing, and finally to find an identity of the self that the child or the daughter can reflect upon. Thank you so much.
Meera?
Yeah, well, I've just sent a little note to everyone because I'm not only grateful to you all for taking the time to read Sacred Waters. You've all got very, very, very pressured and busy lives, I know. But your comments have been really enlightening to me. And my goodness, I didn't know I was writing about all these things. As I say, you're mostly all of you academics and I'm the writer, and the writer writes from such a place of intuition and instinct. And And it's really very interesting for me tonight to hear all you have to say. And of course, I was doing all these things that you've drawn up and presented. I was absolutely doing them, but I wasn't doing them particularly consciously. I mean, in some respects I was, because it began as a PhD thesis. But then, you know, my writerly self, even though I was doing this for an academic purpose, my writerly self still took over. And the writer writes from the unconscious. That is the ability and the gift of a writer, to be able to open the door between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. So much of what I have done that you have so ably analyzed and verbalized was actually done at a very unconscious level. And I'm fascinated by the whole subject of creativity, where it comes from, and I'm forever investigating and writing about that very thing, because it fascinates me.
Thank you, Mira. Thank you, Raka, for such a volcanic eruption on issues of infanticide, which intrigues so many of us here. I can see Leila Arsto smiling and nodding, my old friend from Singapore days. And she was on the same committee, Mira, if you remember, where you were a benefactor.
I do.
Thank you, Raka, again. Leila, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me first? Because I'm
yes.
calling from London, so I'll shout.
Oh, I've just come back from London, Leila.
Oh, wonderful. I'll make it quick. First of all, thank you so much, Julie, for inviting me and the other guests. It's just such an honor to be able to peek into your world, and your club is just fantastic, amazing, really. And Mira, what a wonderful pleasure to be able to meet with you and hear you speak.
No,
so I'll make my points quickly, because I'd like to hear from Mira. But I wanted to pick up on a brilliant point that Vivek made when he said that listening to you speak at the beginning answered so many questions in terms of the process, the form, what brought you to do this, that, and the other. So thank you very much for that explanation. And I accept that you say that you do so much instinctively, but it's very helpful for the reader to sort of hear your process, even as you've articulated it, because picking up on a point that Harish made, when he said that you've been able to link two geographic locations of Singapore and India, it brought to my mind the fact that you've done it not only the link, not only geographically, but through time. You did touch on this, time, bringing historical events into the present day to make the novel more approachable from a publication point of view, but also very interesting from our perspective. And it brought me back to my original question that I had when I was reading, is how you managed to make the jump between present day back to past, and back from past to present day, in such a way that you manage the balance throughout the book so well, so that the reader could keep both periods of time in their mind without giving undue weight to one and forgetting the other. And I thought that was a brilliant, and maybe again it's instinctively, but coming back to your introductory discussion, you said that you highlighted on events that you thought exemplify the woman's situation of being powerless, starting with the infanticide, then the child marriage, and so on. When you explained that, for me, so many questions were answered. It explained how it seemed to me that you almost forget your own ego and you become part of the story. So there's no point in asking questions, how much is this is biographical, what were the influences on you? Because I can now understand how you step into the shoes of your protagonists. But that jumping forwards and backwards in time is such a, I would imagine, is such a tricky procedure. Again, you might say it's instinctively, but is it something that you find easy to do, to almost split your imagination into two frames?
Yeah, I don't remember having any trouble with that. And I did very strongly feel, as I said in the beginning, that this was a story lost in time, and many modern day people, and especially women reading it, would not be able to relate to many of the issues there. And so I thought if I did have two timelines and a modern protagonist, this would pull it into a more, you know, relevant kind of, you know, context for many modern young women reading this story.
And if I may add to that, you also said that finding the material was very difficult. You were able to access some interviews, and you said, you know, there was very little that was written, and you explained the reasons for that. Perhaps one additional reason is referenced in your book, where when the Rani regiment is disbanded, they are told, go home, become wives, bring up your children, return to your old lives. It's almost like saying, actually, your willingness to sacrifice was nothing that is really relevant.
This never happened, kind of thing.
Yeah. And so I thought that was a fascinating comment. It really told us so much. And it possibly explains one reason why Sita found it very difficult to communicate to her own daughter, and yet did open up to Parvati in the interviews, because we haven't actually mentioned Parvati at all in the interview process, which I wondered if that kind of reflected your experiences.
Well, I just want to say that when I was doing these interviews, and I also saw a lot of interviews on film that had been done at certain times, and without exception, all these women, whether they were educated women or they were illiterate women, they all of them said that those years in the regiment were the best years in their lives. And then, of course, the educated women did have a chance to go on and do service in the community as doctors, or, you know, they all had mostly some profession, teachers, whatever. But the uneducated women, as we've said, had to go back into the kitchen, and all of them just bemoaned this terrible turnabout in their lives. And, you know, they saw the potential that their lives could have been. And then they were sort of damned and returned to the kitchens. So it was so consistent throughout all these interviews.
Thank you, Leila. Thank you, Meera, for that conversation. Threw a lot of light. I'm going to call on another role Singaporean friend who's a mutual friend to many of us here, Rafiq Jumaboy. Mr. Rafiq Jumaboy, lovely to have you here. Please go ahead, Rafiq.
Well, firstly, I'm so delighted to be here with so many of you. Laila is a lovely old, well, it's not an old face, but a face from the past. And so nice to see you here. And of course, Meera, who's been an icon in Singapore from the moment she arrived, actually. But I had a few issues which I wanted to just highlight. Firstly, Meera, I was so taken aback by the turns of phrase that you used. To me, you know, Sita gaining literacy through the invisible membrane into another world was so poignant, as was the prisoner of an interior mind that Amita found herself after Amsterdam. So, I mean, these were kind of like the turns of phrase which really I found so fascinating because they were so visceral and yet they were so delicate. So I found that very, very interesting. The problem that I had, of course, is that I have a lived history
of course.
Of all this. So I just wanted to sort of focus on a couple of things. Firstly, to me, that the character of Shiva becomes a problematic character. Because knowing, I mean, as you know, my grandfather came to Singapore in 1916, 1918. And, you know, he was the person who introduced Rabindranath Tagore at the talk that he gave in 1927. And in fact, Tagore was the guest of Mr. Namazi, who was our neighbor.
Yes, yeah.
He stayed with the Namazis. So, you know, there's a lot of sort of stories that grandfather spoke to me about.
Yes, yes.
And so I found that Shiva, being at the, and I'm very familiar with the Ramakrishna mission. I used to go there with my mother and with my grandfather, to find that he was so isolated from the intellectual ferment of the time. You never mentioned, for example, Broderick Road, you never mentioned Katong, you never mentioned Kela, because the center of the Rani of Jhansi's regiment creation was actually in, if I'm not wrong, it was 58 Broderick Road, which belonged to Mr. S.C. Guha. Actually, his name is Goho in Singapore subsequently, but he's written up as S.C. Guha, Bengali. And so if this man, Shiva, had been at the Aurobindo Association as a teacher, he would have had exposure to that. The other thing that I found quite interesting was the insularity that you put Sita and Shiva into. Because I recall, even in the 50s as a kid, that, you know, the Indians in Singapore were very segregated by clan, by religion, by race. I mean, Gujaratis did not speak to Punjabis except at Diwali. You didn't live with Punjabis, you didn't live with others. And our family was one of the few that transcended in some ways, simply because grandfather had been a Sanskrit student and he was very, very familiar with Hinduism, as well as having been a very liberal Muslim. So to me, the fact that Shiva was so insular did not ring true. The second thing that I found was that in looking at the relationship between Muni and Sita, again, I mean, now judging by my grandmother, she came and married my grandfather as an illiterate woman from the village of Bhuj in Kutch, right? The process by which she would have been selected meant to me that this business of, you know, my sister and all that just didn't wash. It would never have washed in that era. Everybody was vetted before they got married, particularly somebody as educated as Shiva would have been and so eligible as he would have been. So to me, I had some problems with that. But again, you've excused yourself very well by saying that you focused on the emotion and you focused on the characters, the relationships. So I will accept it at face value and say, Rafiq, stop nitpicking. The other part that I felt also did not sit well with me was your description of Serangoon Road and Ravi's role. I should mention to you that I used to go shopping there from the age of 6 in that street. And I assumed that the place where Ravi was working was your camouflage of P. Govindasamy Pillai.
Yes.
Right? And also the shop that you described actually was owned by a Gujarati, not Tamil. And it was 2 doors up the road.
Okay.
And, you know, and also the flower seller was never part of a shop. He was always the paying tenant on the 5-foot way that sold people on the way out. Yeah. So there were some of those inaccuracies I felt that kind of took away from the central narrative of authenticity. The third thing that I felt also was that you made it a very, very busy place. I had the sense that it was like a chawl in India rather than Singapore. The only time that part of Serangoon Road would have been busy is between 7 and 9 in the morning when the fish market was open. and between 5 and 7 before people went to the temple. But other than that, shopkeepers will invite you in for a cup of tea. So to me, all that meant this business was Indian, it was not Singaporean. Then coming back to the military campaign, having been an officer myself and having been, in charge of men, and, when you see people with live rounds, sorry, you don't think about all these machinations of the mind and all that nonsense. You're shit scared because you might kill somebody who's sitting next to you because you let the bullet off by mistake, or that you let it off and then give away your position to the enemy. So no way are you thinking of anything else. You're petrified. So to me, that again didn't ring true with the girls, particularly in that attack scene. But having said that, again, poetic license says, take it as it was. So I come back then to the visceral theme that all the women that I've listened to today, or ladies, I prefer to use the word woman, because ladies adds a moniker that has a male kind of like addition to the story. But if you take the women who spoke today, I saw a visceral reaction to all those relationships that you raised. But to me, Mira, as I read your book, I said, Mira has given herself away much more than she's given any character away. There is anger that I saw. There is a life where things have not perhaps gone as well as they could have been in some way. And I saw all that in the characters, but more than that, I saw that in the author. And so with that, may I just close this point?
Well, thank you, Rafiq. This is all absolutely fascinating. And last point, let me address that first. All writing, fiction writing, is autobiographical. The story may be utter fantasy, but the story comes through the writer. I'm the sieve through which this story is passed. So I couldn't write about these women's themes unless I deeply identified with those same themes and had experienced them in my own context, in my own life. And I think there will not be a single woman who is listening tonight who won't agree with me, who hasn't experienced exactly what Sita and Amita have experienced moment by moment in their lives. And as far as the other things that you say don't ring true, well, I came to Singapore in 1997. So I didn't have your inner memory and inner experience. And in fact, a lot of this I had to build on other people's memories by going to the oral history department at the National Archives in Singapore and listening to stories. I'd put on headphones and listen to stories come at me from people who had been through the war, who had been in the INA. So I was reconstructing and building an artificial memory in order to write many parts of this. So I did not have your deep advantage of actually having experienced this. And thirdly, this was begun as an academic thesis. And this book was the most problematic book I've ever written because it began in an academic context. And when you begin writing something, it gets set in cement. And it's then very, very difficult to change it. So there may be many things that and were problematic for me also in the writing because I was trying to change it from an academic thesis to a much wider kind of context. So if you had written this book, it would be an utterly different book, and probably a bit more historically accurate, but
historically lived, not accurate, probably lived.
I was trying to convey something quite different. So
Yes.
if I didn't quite get Serangoon Road right, or if I didn't quite get this right, if one place was too busy when it wasn't supposed to be busy, or whatever, those to me are
by the by.
minor issues compared to what I was trying to put across.
Can I just say, can I just react to that for just a moment? I absolutely agree.
Very quickly, we've got people waiting.
Yeah, sorry, Julie. Just very quickly, I think I absolutely agree with you. These are minor issues. But I think what I really would like to say is that the women that I came across post-war as a growing child had a sense of confidence that was not present when I went to India. It was a very different kind of woman in Singapore who came out of the war. That was one. The second thing I think also is that the sense of comradeship between husband and wife post-war was very, very different in Singapore. And they were much more equal as people than perhaps otherwise.
I'm sure that's so. I can well believe that. But in the context of my book and what I was trying to establish, I needed to make Sita as disempowered as she was to illustrate what I wanted to write about. So thank you, Rafiq, for all the
I think,
valuable
if I might say
points.
so, being in the academy for such a long time, you get an A++. It's almost as if you defended your thesis with with Rafiq's excellent interlocuting. But I must say, Mira, hats off to you. Each and every point that you rebutted is worth taking note of for all the scholars here, because this is what good academic debate is about. Superb. Thank you so much, Mira and Rafiq. Okay, we have two more very interesting responders. I think I'll ask Vinod Pillai first, and then Roma Bhattacharya. So Vinod, greatly excited to hear what you have to say.
Hello, Julie, and hello to all the others. I've just put down some points after reading the book. Firstly, I found it to be a fascinating, powerful, and disturbing novel. Because reading about female infanticide or widow's ashram is one thing, but experiencing it in a well-sketched fiction of this kind has an altogether different impact. Because as historical fiction, the novel personalizes the historical events, fleshing out details to let us experience the trials, tribulations, and traumas of individuals. I found it interesting that there was these two parallel themes around Sita. One, the disempowered female, constricted by patriarchal prescriptions and traditions, and weighed down by circumstances to limit herself to her marital and maternal roles. And it keeps playing out at various stages of Sita's life. And on the other hand, while this helpless and vulnerable woman suffers, there is alongside a very interesting parallel theme of the innate strength or Shakti that leaves Sita stronger after every passing trauma. That I found really brilliant. The other thing is about nationalism. I found it interesting that when Netaji gave the call, it was nationalistic to join the INA and fight alongside the Japanese to chase the British out of India. But once the Japanese surrendered, the INA soldiers and supporters were seen by people as traitors. That's thought-provoking. The novel also shows how historical fiction, while being bound within the broad outlines of history, transcends the glorified version handed down to us and exposes the human faces of characters who lived through it. Sita may have been a strong character who was committed to the INA cause, but after the sudden defeat of Japan and the collapse of the INA movement, her uniform and badges are taken away and she has to start life afresh. Not everyone could do so. Her friend Muni had to return to her past and get mocked by her husband for her arrogant assumption and failed attempt to don a soldier's uniform like a man and fight for independence. As for national identity, Sita clearly suffered from a fractured identity, first as an Indian and then a Singaporean, unlike her daughter Amrita, who did not suffer from a fractured identity or the grief of loss as her mother did. She was a Singaporean and her sense of belonging was only to this small island, a city-state. Lastly, one of the most thought-provoking and beautiful passages, according to me, comes at the end, when Amrita is given a brown envelope and told the real story about her actual identity. Now, when she realizes the truth about her biological parent, the hostility towards Sita melts away, and she is now able to appreciate Sita's critical role in giving her a life and come to terms with her own true identity. I'm quoting from the book, she, that is Amrita, saw at last that this woman who was not her mother and yet was her mother, who had nurtured and guided her, had voyaged a similar path to her own. The bond of blood may not hold them together. Amrita was not made in Sita's image, but she had grown up within the rhythm of her spirit and found her reflection mirrored within herself. I found that fascinating. Thank you, Dr. Meera Chand, for this beautiful novel. Thank you, Julie, and all the others for giving me the opportunity.
For that.
Very nice to know. We can always rely on you to calm these waters and look at the different sides of the story. Wonderfully explicated. I know we have several Singaporean friends here. Would any of you like to say a word? Is Dr. Sindapal Singh here? Or Dr. Tohan Shi?
No, it's fine. Very good talk. Very good talk. Nice.
Thank you so much. Raj Sharma, are you here? Mr. Raj Sharma, are you here? Okay.
Yes. Hi, Julie.
Hi, Raj. We can't see you. Now we can. Yes, lovely. So, Raj, I just wanted to particularly take the opportunity to introduce you to Meera. Also, Meera, this is Raj Sharma. He's a very old friend, as is Meera, and you're both in Singapore, so I hope you will connect at some stage. Raj, is there anything you want to say?
Yes, I'm actually curious if Meera took some amount of literary license with the life of Captain Lakshmi Sehgal and injected that into the book, in the sense that Lakshmi Swaminathan was actually married, and she ended up in Singapore. One of the reasons being a broken marriage, right? And that's where she actually joined the INA in Singapore. Yeah. And she obviously met up with Prem Sehgal, and then of course, I believe it is said that hers was the first official divorce of free India that was granted in the courts of India. So in the sense of emancipation and of course, the fiction that you write, Meera, was there any sort of inspiration that you took from some of the strides being made by Captain Lakshmi Sehgal with the Rani of Jhansi regiment? And of course, she was then, she went on to contest the Indian presidential elections much later on, when she was the nominee of the Indian opposition. But unfortunately, another woman called Pratibha Patil trounced her because she had the support of the UPA government, and in my opinion, a rather poor choice given who Captain Sehgal was and what she had done. So that's I just thought there was a curious, given her lifestyle, her upbringing, fairly privileged, her coming to Singapore, and then of course, whatever you've written, I wonder if that was a source of inspiration to the No.
Yeah, Captain Lakshmi was a quite extraordinary woman for her time, quite ahead of her time in every
Yes.
way, and an absolutely fascinating life. Absolutely out of the ordinary for the average Indian woman. I do have her there, here and now in the novel, but I didn't, everything that, I mean, she had a quite extraordinary story of her own, how she went through the jungle also, you know, at one time during the war, and incredible story, but I just did not have room to bring in very much. In fact, the academic thesis that this began as, you know, I found it very irksome that the word count for the thesis was continually being narrowed down. And when just before I started all this, you had 100,000 words, and then it was narrowed down to 80,000 words. And only half of that could be the novel, and the other half was the exegesis. So I was up against a word count as far as the original novel was concerned. So I was forever cutting out rather than putting in, you know.
Interesting. Yeah.
And I wanted Lakshmi there in the background, but I didn't have room to do very much more with her. And then when the second part of the work on this novel began with me putting in the modern day timeline, my whole point of interest and concentration had moved from the INA, and I was sort of going far more into Sita's issues and Anita's issues.
Right.
So, you know, it was a process of kind of evolution that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that question, Raj, and Meera for your response, which has again, you know, highlighted the point that we cannot put everything into a project, whether it's a doctoral dissertation or whether it's a novel. So it's the devil lies in those details. The last speaker of the evening looks like is Dr. Roma Bhattacharya. We've gone way, way beyond the time. Shumit, I have a big apology to make, but we are really unstoppable with Meera here. So go ahead, Roma, and then I'll wrap it up. 3 minutes, please, dear Roma. Dr. Roma Bhattacharya.
Thank you so much, Julie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, good evening to the Bengal Club, and to thank Julie for inviting me. And it is absolutely enchanting, Dr. Meera Chand, to actually interact with you, reading the book and listening to you. And I have a personal hierarchy. The artist is on top, not the scholars. And creativity, the creative imagination is what is important for me. So it's a special honor to meet you and to hear your views from the writer's point of view.
Thank you very much.
We're at the fag end of the evening, so I'll keep my thing to 2 quick points. First, Sacred Waters for me, you know, you talk about background and foreground. It foregrounded for me a mother-daughter saga, and the entire novel for me was an unveiling of who they really are. This touched me deeply. As I was reading the novel, I was clearing out my own Mother Mandira's personal papers and memorabilia as she passed a few months ago. So the novel intersected directly with my lived experience. My mother was oceanic like the Yamuna herself, and so I understood rather intuitively. I too believe in the ratio has its limitation. Ratiocination has its limitation. And so I understood Sita's need to put words to her story. And I also understood that a mother's life is part of a daughter's history, as you write. So my first point is that this book is a post-colonial narrative, but told through an intergenerational perspective. A mother's life becomes a daughter's story. And normally in post-colonial novels, this kind of foregrounding is for me very special and very rare, that the camera literally zooms into their intimate personal lives, the mother and daughter. And I quote, "Because I have changed, you too could change, because I did what I did, you now do what you do." So for me, when they, at the end, when they visit the Yamuna together, for me, they become emblematic of all women and their lives, as it were, encapsulated in a timeless essence. It's that intergenerationality, because of the lives of certain women, the other women's lives, the starting point is different. So that moved me deeply. And the second point I wanted to make very quickly is, from a post-colonial perspective, I found fascinating that in this novel, all the human characters move geographically. There is no character with static roots. There is not a once upon a time, so-and-so lived in so-and-so village with a tale about their lives. Not a single character is rooted in one place. So the second theme for me was one of forced migration, how human characters are shaped by these journeys. And we as readers, we find that even when mostly forced by circumstances, it's the journey that makes the character who they are. I'll just end by saying, because you've been talking so much about the unconscious, I just thought that I don't know if this is because Meera Chand's own life trajectory from Europe, Australia, Singapore, whether this is deliberate craft or possibly both. But as you say, our writing is fashioned by our unconscious selves. So thank you so much for writing this novel and for giving us an opportunity to read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Roma. Thank you.
Well, all good things come to an end, and this is only the beginning, I think, of exploring more of Meera's oeuvre. And Meera, how can we all, in a unanimous applause, say that we are touched and very grateful for the time and for the
Thank you so much.
Inspiration.
So thank you, all of you. Really, really thank you. Thank
you, Dr. Chand.
I've been very honored and delighted to be with you all tonight and to hear all your comments. And thank you again, all of you in your very busy schedules, to find time to read my work. And I deeply appreciate that. And I do hope
we are very grateful.
We'll all meet again, maybe over another book.
Thank
you, Meera. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Harish. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Meera.
Bye, Julie. Bye. Lots of
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Meera.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Julie. Bye-bye, Harish. Thank you so
Bye,
much.
Laila. You were great.
It was, it was brilliant. I really enjoyed it, and I love the contributions. Harish, your points were brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I love the geographic perspective. Yeah. And well done, Julie. You are the most amazing interviewer. Well done. Has Julie gone for a lie down and a cup of tea?
No, I think Julie's.
Yeah, she's gone. Okay, Harish, I'll leave the Zoom, okay. But again, okay. big hugs, big hugs.
Yeah, Laila. Yeah, see you again.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah. Raka, bye bye. Roma, bye bye. Gurudas, see you. Bye bye.